Okay, so not right now we're in our house. I think we're gonna research the Rock of Gibraltar boat. Because right now, the way our deduction is made... Yeah, we're looking for a sailor. Because... it's clearly two people. It was an imitated robbery. They were blaming the Randall's family for it. And yeah, we see that the murder weapon was a poker blow. Like, if the lady of the house wanted to kill her husband and disguise it into a burglar homicide, she couldn't do it. Like, she would probably use like a rope or poison, but not a poker blow, because nobody in the house, save for the husband, is strong enough to kill someone with a poker blow, with a poker. And what did I wanted to say? Yeah, and there's probably like the noose that were made to tie up the lady were sailor knots. So either the thieves knew sailor knots, or probably she hired somebody who would kill for her, and she would leave him to go meet the sailor. So what's one of the classic, oh, let's kill my husband so I can have another life with another man. Because life is hell. Alright, so let's go to the archive. Yeah, search for the Rock of Gibraltar, 1893. Let's look the year, 1893. The Rock of Gibraltar's arrival. There you go. Ship returned. The Rock of Gibraltar, a bulk carrier from the Adelaide, Southampton, London line. Cunard Building, James Street, London. Yeah, it fits. Because the ladies from Adelaide, Australia, returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand, and Australia. Yeah, because Southampton is in New Zealand, and what's the other city? Well, there's is there a London in India? I don't think so. But I believe India was used to be an India, British colony, but just got their independence recently. So the ship brought to England Miss Mary Fraser, the heiress of the Fraser family, owning land and tin mines in Australia. This reportedly beautiful young lady is presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackensall. This is the victim, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent.
Here it is.
There you go.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Wiggins and the gang. Alright, let's call Wiggins and the gang. Hey, Wiggins!
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
What's he tinkering on? He was fixing a tool? Fixing a train toy or something?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893, and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
3 hours later.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Ouch.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
You said put it on the table. This table?
I left it right on the table for you, sir.
Oh.
This list
I was
shows
on it,
the
but...
senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
Okay, so this guy... Departure from Adelaide in Australia on May 6, arrival in London on 12. That wasn't it. This guy, the departure from London on the 17th. So this guy is away, so it cannot be it. Bass Rock, Jack Croker, Captain, Duncan Chalmers from November 10th to May 7th. Well, that could be one of them because they haven't left.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
Oh, okay, so I have to compare like who is the list of senior officer between. Okay, so I got one Jack Croker, Duncan Chalmers, no. Peter Davidson Senior, no. Neil Harkis, no. George Stewart, no. Frank Willicke, no. Murdoch Cooper, no. And this one, departure from Adelaide, Australia on October, arrival in London on March 2nd. So they're already, they're on the boat. The St. Thomas, the Gaia. This one doesn't come up yet. So I only got one, one Jack Croker.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor.
Process of elimination. Okay, so I have to go do the old-fashioned way. Okay, so let's find W. Chill or Herbert Wellington, say.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Cross. So yeah, we have to cross them. Partridge. Henry Southard.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
This one too.
This...
Thomas Walker.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
And William Partridge.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Okay, so now I'm missing one Thomas Walker. Where is he? Thomas Walker, extra second officer.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
There you go, I got Jack Croker.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, Could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Sometime later.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Okay, so psychological profile of this guy. Clear look, honest. Heavy beard, strong build. His nails look clean. What do we have here? Stains on the clothes. Newspaper ink. Oh, okay. Clean boots. Sea knife. Was there a sea knife? I didn't notice. Ah, that one. I didn't notice. Yeah, that's a sea knife. Lady Brackenstall.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her. From when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
You tied her up.
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Yeah, the sailor's knot.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No. There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
So yeah, Captain Croker and Croker's statement. So we have to believe if his alibi, we have to believe him or not. So Croker's involvement, Croker is lying, his involvement is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard I was looking for him, thus signaling his guilt. Captain Croker was aboard the Sharp on the night of the murder. He was not afraid to confront me. He had a confident demeanor. So yeah, the captain is the killer instead of oh, the Mystic incident. Like, it's either believe the story of the Randalls, or that the lady imitated a robbery and the guy died of an accidental death. But let's see what we do. Jack Crooker is a murderer, and you will bring it to his accomplice, and you will bring him and his accomplice, Lady Brackenstall, to justice. The murder was committed in self-defense. Jack Crooker defended a woman against a violent and dysmaniacal man. The mystery is solved, but you decide to keep it secret. There's no need to inform the police. Let's see. No. I want to. As much as I hate it, I must arrest the lady. I'm afraid I have to. So Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. The murderer is tall and agile and a high-ranking sailor. Yeah, he was kind of tall, it's true. So yeah, he could have done it. So let's arrest Captain Croker. Sorry about that.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Barely an hour.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
You brought a gun? Oh, I'm catching the gun. Oh, he was about to kill himself. Alright. Mashing X, then triangle. I removed the gun from him.
You should have let me die.
He was about to kill himself.
How can I live if Mary suffers?
I am sorry, Captain Crocker, but there has been quite enough death in this case. Inspector, I give you Sir Eustace's killer. He tried his best to perform his own justice.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yes, it was me. I confess.
Here is a piece of evidence that can be used in court.
Perfect. A case that went smoothly for once.
The captain is the killer. Clue found 16. Let's see if I choose correct. I found all the clues and I choose correct. The captain was indeed the killer. Alrighty then. So, I was very close to solving the case. It's just that I had to look for this guy again. So I'm going to accept the decision and then move on straight to chapter 5. And if the chapter is too short, we'll probably make a quick break. And then we're going to start The Devil's Daughter right after this. Ranking just. There's an epilogue involving the Merry Men because this is like the story we keep hearing throughout the whole game. So now we have the Kew Gardens drama. Adjusting his Stradivarius.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
Yeah, it's
You
true
have any
that
case?
one of
Yes,
Sherlock
but
Holmes'
nothing as
many
thrilling
hobbies
as this
is
experiment.
beekeeping,
A theft of
but-
plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Yeah, it's true that no, we're not gonna go yet. It's true that Sherlock has a hobby of beekeeping, but at least he has the decency of doing this on the rooftop of the apartment. He's not gonna like the bees are all over the apartment. I don't know where. So let's check the telescope one last time. Okay. The neighbor does nothing except hello.
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new literary agent.
Wait! Toby's eating Watson's draft. The dog ate it. So yeah, that Toby is the new editor. No, I don't like it. Redo. All right, let's check the letters. Lestrade guesswork. Mr. Holmes, I'm writing to inform you that the affair of the Abbey Grange, which took place almost half a year ago, still resonates deeply in high society and remains the subject of much gossip. This case, romantic backgrounds, has attracted many suitors who show willing to shelter and take pity on Lady Brackenstall. But to this date, she still serves her sentence with her maid Teresa and has rejected all offers of help. To be truthful, I suspect that the true motivation of these suitors may well be related to Sir Eustace Steinel and money. What do you think, Mr. Holmes? Sincerely yours, Inspector Lestrade. Well, yeah, I think they plan to elope. Like, they were planning to elope, and that's why, you know, they planned this thing. So, I kept one of the silver forks. Well. Ain't I a little pickpocket? So, for this case, we have 4 new people. And then there's 3 more probably for the epilogue. There were only 3 people involved in Chapter 4. Intriguing. Find the stolen plants from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. Okay. Okay, let's leave. Kew Gardens.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
That's the two-person here. They seem to be arguing.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glasshouse. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glasshouse.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert! Show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Okay.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glasshouse?
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack, just like that, so suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
I haven't checked the persons yet. I know I did a profile on the captain, but I never read it. Croker is a fine man of the sea, aged in his 40s. He's capable, honest man, and well educated despite not being very wealthy. He was in haste, and still he read the morning newspaper and cleans his boot before heading out. Yeah.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Nothing.
Do not touch.
Plant list. Okay. Zionea carnivorus, Carlina inebriare, Florem diabolica, Chromolanena odorata, Prunus serotina, Eliamphores pepuis, Biblis, Genlizia violacea, Darlingtonia, Cracucas cephalatus.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Okay. There's a tree who's inside of a box filled with water.
These trees, with their roots in water, must originate from Louisiana.
Yeah, roots in
yes,
water.
the bayou. I remember our visit in the case of the Awakened.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
there's some crack stuff here. What's this? Steps. Footprints. Thin black tracks.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
Who has a limp here? Oh, the door. There's a crack. The panel has been damaged.
The door was smashed at shoulder height.
Forced entry. The handle.
This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
Yeah, the door was forced. Broken esconsson.
The esconsson was breached near the handle.
Yeah.
The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
Anything else? Fragments. Dirt.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot.
It dropped from here.
The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground.
So there was a pot of flour here, it dropped. The guy tried to clean it up, but couldn't brought all the pieces of the broken pot.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
What else do we have? Oh, is this the broken pot? Yeah. The guy tried to fix the pot.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced.
Yeah. More soul
Very
here.
strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent. The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
Okay. Here's a stone ship. Something fell on the floor.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
Yeah. Window panes?
These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
With detergent. Here's a ventilation grid.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
A man could fit barely. A kid would have more ease going in. Or a cat. This must be pictures of the natives. Yeah, white men in the mill surrounded by black men. The Cape Colony, of course. This plant is from Singapore. Bengal. New Zealand. Cacti, no, not cacti. British India, of course.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
Oh, those are, this is a man-eating plant. And this one is, a stinky flower, the model after the Valbloom Pokemon. Malacca? Flowers from Malacca? British Honduras. Australia. Cacti from Australia. Colonial rooms parameters.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Of course, to reproduce the tropical environment necessary for the growth of these plants. Okay, so nothing in particular. What's that plant in the corner? Calcutta and Sudan.
Blood.
Blood on a broken sign? No, there's blood here. Yeah.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
Okay, the guy fell on the fence. No. Okay, so let's see. The guy broke the door from that side. And then he knocked down the pot. And then fell on the fence.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked? Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
You know what? I think that somebody put some gas here, like a strong stench. She was suffocating and needed to get out, so that's why he broke the door open. Still dizzy from the lack of oxygen, knocked down the plant and killed himself. Like here, there's some stinky flowers over there, but probably somebody put a plant who was very, very stinky near the vent, and the smell got in, and then yeah, the guy has to emergency get out, knocked out vase, tripped, fell on the sharp wood. Let's see. Dunn was trapped. Montague was trapped in the Colonial Collection Room. He forced the door and died in the Water Lily greenhouse. Empty Colonial Collection. Someone cleaned and emptied out only part of the Colonial Collection. This is suspicious. Perhaps was intended to conceal certain evidence. Okay, so I got something already. Perform an autopsy. Yeah, we need to perform an autopsy on Montague to see the cause of murder. If it was poison. Like if the blow to the head was lethal. The death is suspicious. Why had he forced the door of the Colonial Collection Room? Why has someone cleaned and emptied the room? Was it a trap or a simple accident? So I can perform an autopsy later. I need to keep exploring, and once I found everything, then I'll go at Scotland Yard. Let's see.
Water Lily Greenhouse.
Yeah, this is the Water Lily Greenhouse. Dry Tropics.
Dry Tropics.
So, yeah, for the cacti collections. Yeah. There's a
There is
fire.
a smell of burning.
Yeah, somebody lit something on fire. There's a fireplace. Broken pot? Yeah, a piece of a broken pot. Chinese symbol.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Picture
The
frame.
remains of a picture frame.
A gas mask? Yeah, somebody made himself a
A
gas mask.
protective mask.
The inside is charred. It's singed.
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
Burned
A broom handle was half burned.
Piece of plant.
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
Door handle. The old door
A
handle.
Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
A little pond. Map of Kew Gardens.
Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory.
Okay.
Nursery. Seed house. Ventilation system.
You are here. We were in the dry tropics. We were here.
Water lily greenhouse.
There was the Colonial Collection.
Colonial Collection.
And on the left it was the Palm House, but we didn't enter it.
Palm house.
But there's a way to enter it here.
Reserve. A map of Kew Gardens.
Opening the wicket. More pots. Crates, some sort of engine. A ventilation system.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
I need a handle if I want to make it work.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Water tank.
A water tank.
Kind of shaped like a tree. No, it's just the base. So this is where the people shower, I think.
Seed house. Locked.
The seed house is locked.
Locked.
From
Seed
both
house.
sides.
Locked. Nursery.
The nursery is locked, okay. Let's see. We saw that already. So we were there, and now we're here. So this is going to be the other side of the nursery, and we'll be able to go to the reserve and check the palm house and check the director's office as well. There's an object of interest in here, but what? Okay, let's talk to Mr. Amish. Myopic, inexpensive glasses. Dirty color. Looks like grass stains. Stains on the coat. Unmarried. Gardener's hands. Dunn's death.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Okay, so he will not open the room for us because he thinks that they're irrelevant to the investigation. Okay. Kew Gardens, director office.
Locked.
Of course it's locked.
Locked. Locked.
This is where I came from. Okay, so yeah, the reserve is
Can I help you, gentlemen?
available. Oh, hello. Yeah, they said that the guy would be at the reserve. Hello, Mr. Albert Dunn. Let's have a little profile for himself as well. Red eyes, wept recently, consumed by grief. There's a patch, there's a bandage on the chin. Shaving cut. Clean hands.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only. for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
Okay.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Palm House.
Okay, let's explore the Palm House. This should be very humid. Done with the Palm House.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. Water lily greenhouse.
Topics. I think we're done here. Let's see. No more clues. Only the fact that Dunn was trapped. So let's go see. Yeah, I need to search my archives for the symbol on the broken pot and the stolen plant list. Okay. So I'm gonna go to Scotland Yard for the autopsy, then go back home to do some research. And I'm gonna go get myself an energy drink. Okay.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy, then.
Alright, let's do the autopsy. Oh no, this is the evidence room. Wait, what? Oh yeah, the guy has belongings. Yeah, this would be interesting. A pen.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make.
A watch.
This watch is of great value.
A club card.
A membership card for the London Crest Club.
For one, Mr. Montague Dunn. What says in the bottom? Yeah, the membership card. City of London Club, number 165. Okay. And a letter. To Mr. F. Wayne, Director of Wayne & Son Printing Company. My friend, your poster for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful, but it is surely unnecessary to mention all of the staff. My name alone will be sufficient, signed Montague Doom. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He wants to take all the credit for himself? I smell a motive. Hello, what's up?
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
Yeah? Okay, yeah, we see the blunt on the forehead.
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse.
Yeah. Let's see the eyes.
The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal.
Okay. Nose and mouth.
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
So, yeah, I think my theory was correct. Like, he has some,
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination, so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
The autopsy hasn't been made. Yeah, he hasn't been cut. Right arm.
No redness, stings, or bruises.
Left arm.
Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Here you go, Watson. Okay, what can you tell me about the heart, Mr. Watson? Looks healthy.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
Heart vessels.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
Not a heart problem. Lungs.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Huh. What's this? There's a green spot on one of the lungs.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
So he was poisoned by a plant. Liver.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
Tissue.
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Stomach.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
That my plan.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs.
But we need an authorization from Lestrade.
Watson. It is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Poisoning. Dunn was trapped. Dune was poisoned. After being trapped in the Colonial Collection room by the killer, Montague Dunn was affected by inhaling a virulent fungal poison. Vegetal poison.
Locked. Locked.
Alright, let's go to Baker Street. Rare plants. Alright, botany. Exotic plants, volume 4, poisonous. These plants has a certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. Dionaea carnivorous, Carlina innebrae, Florum diabolica, Prunus serotonia, Chromono... So basically the whole list. Only the first 3 can be dangerous to humans, particularly Florum diabolica, but only under a very specific condition. The plants react to a process of aggression against which issue deadly spores. Ah, okay. So Florum diabolica, if it was that one, it needs to be triggered for it to make some spores that will be in the shaft and blah,
Here
blah, blah.
it is.
There you go. Deadly plant stolen and poisoning. Theft and murder. The killer may be those who stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species, from the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. So, let's see the symbol of the broken pot. So let's see, chemistry, no. It would be under mark and symbols. Religious symbols.
That is not the one I need.
London garden supplies.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
The Divine Syndicate. The Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration. The members of this syndicate worship Triwan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world. So generous donations are appreciated.
Here it is.
Okay.
The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
But why bother though? Okay, so let's go back to Kew Gardens then. For some reason this one takes longer than the other loading points. Maybe because there's a bigger map. Alright, now we can talk more. Empty colonial room.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Relationship with Dunn.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
Dunn's lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Okay. Keys.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
Albert Dunn.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who was such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Margaret White.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention.
Oh.
How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Jealous much?
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Okay, so the deadliest flowers that they have are insectivorous.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Looks like a
Thank you,
criminal
Mr. Hamish.
organization.
We shall continue our investigation.
Like, the Divine Syndicate, it feels like a Chinese mafia or something.
Locked.
Poisoning, dead plant stolen. Okay. Worth a try. So this is with Martin Hamish. Martin Hamish is unmarried. His hands and nails resemble those of a gardener. They are dirty and swollen. Short-sighted, wearing bifocals to correct his vision. He is very plain, he works hard to the point of neglecting his appearance, and it's sadly unlikely that he has any female companion. He lives alone. Alberdon is a nervous and anxious young man, clearly evident by his bitten fingernails. He uses a quantity of detergent with which to clean his hands, which is a poor decision seeing that he handles plants and soil. His eyes are red. He has been weeping very recently. His age tells us that he's still at university. He's good looking, unmarried, and probably still lives with his mother. Okay. Oh, okay, so the detergent that we found on the floor, that's what he used to clean his hands. They're very clean, but the detergent is poison for the plants and soil, so that's why, yeah. So, quite inexperimented indeed. So he must be still at the reserve, right? Miss White?
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Yeah, I noticed, but she probably locked herself in to be not disturbed.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone, dismissively, with indifference.
Divine Syndicate?
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Door keys.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Okay, so I can meet Miss White at the sea room then. Alright, Albert's ambition. Deadly plant stolen. Poisoning. No. Aha! Office room, open. Champagne? It's pronounced champagne. Oh God! Wine?
French wine. A remarkable vintage. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Watson. Don't surprise me while I loot this place.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
New plant species from the Times. The Kew Gardens team are pleased to announce a successful production of a new variety of barley, one that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon this very subject. Okay. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better if you vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You are quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. I will give you back your freedom and wish you nothing but good luck, sighed Montague Dunn. So he planned to fire the student, saying that she knows much? That's weird. White's expulsion. What's this photograph? Look at this photograph!
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Okay. This is a water buffalo. Yeah, it's a hunting picture. This looks like a picture of a date at the cinema. Somebody else took the picture. Director's safe. Aha! Oh. Okay. Fibonacci. 2, 3, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Letter. Sorry. Lawyer's help. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me, not to accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We have granted a great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinary, precious, and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species and from those who might wish to use them for a dubious purpose. This divine syndicate of whom you speak of has no right to hold such precious plant. Remember the case of June 14, 1889. So I must respectfully ask you to once again to notarize the permission of these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. Documents were sent to you on Monday. P.S. See you in Boodles on Tuesday as always. Signed, Montague Dunn. What happened on June 14, 1889? Letter of complaint. Mr. Dunn, we must ask you for the last time for the return of our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them in prison. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie we need not elaborate that was reported in the press as the case of June 14, 1889, and there is a stamp that is the same as the Divine Syndicate. What you have done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. We trusted you and regret having done so. Another letter.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Oh. Death of Miss Margaret White to Mr. Montague Dunn. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Street, an additional scholarship at the London University, credits open at Hamilton, Radigan House, Taylor's, and at Baird and Sons Luxury Jewelers. This is what she owes him? So the guy paid for her whole scholarship. So he took note of everything that he gave her, hoping that she would give him back. And she has no idea that these gifts are not gifts. This is weird. White and Dunn. Disagreement. Miss White and Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement. Montague Dunn was planning to release Miss White from her position at Kew Gardens. And she don't want that. Anything else here?
What should we do next, Holmes?
I cannot interact with this mirror. Like somebody put a blanket on top of the mirror to to protect it. Okay. So let's go to the nursery then. Another office. Okay. Laboratory table, wet bottle trays. Yeah, there's they call it a wet bottle trace, but it's like a mark.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Oh, wait.
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around.
Gold dust?
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
Oh.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Yeah, it's the same liquid. Kind of stains.
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here. but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
Aha! We're gonna need the dog. So we have to fetch Toby here. Okay, so here's protective gear. One of them is missing. We did find the mask, the gas mask by the fire.
Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Well, yeah.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
Yeah, the cloak
It does
room.
not matter. We will open it.
Oh. Okay, so we're gonna lockpick the thing. Oh, that thing can be moved. Okay. No. Almost. Huh. It almost connects. Ah, what about here?
Open.
And here we are. The cloakroom.
The employee's cloakroom.
Mrs. White's locker.
Miss White's locker.
Okay. There's a sun hat. White's request.
A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for your help. My studies and my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money? Signed, Margaret. So yeah, the parents were not supportive, so that's why Dawn came in to help, because she has lots of potential but no money. Sucks. Okay, I got some keys, and I need to find a use for this statue. And of course, I have to research the Divine Syndicate on the June 14th. What's this, a diploma?
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student.
A master's degree in...
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student.
A master in chemistry.
Apparently, Miss White is
Fifth
a capable
year.
student.
Special mention and congratulations. Oh, okay. A master's in chemistry. White studies. I'm supposed to make a connection here? I have a new clue. Jewel box. Let's see what we have. A ring?
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
She needs money, but she will not pawn our jewels. This is odd. Vanity
A
purse.
vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Does she really need the money? What's this? A letter from the family. Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all these years that have passed since you left and without any thought of us? You have never shared with us any details of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now. We suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first, as we at home have always done. And none of us ever compromised our reputation, as it appears you have already with your employer, Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, is it you make us feel ashamed. Sign your parents. Shit. Another letter. Dear Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming at this present time. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born of a wealthy family. I would consider it an honor if you might accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. The family and Dunn. White's situation. Margaret White's studies and social situation were completely dependent upon Montague Dunn's wealth. Yes. No connections yet? Here's Hamish Locker.
Martin Hamish's locker.
Book of chemistry.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
A letter from Martin Hamish. Mr. General Secretary, recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens oblige me to renew my application for the management position. As I have stated already in my previous letters, I believe that no one is better suited for the post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to my suggestion. Your reasons were political, and so I was happy to comply. But now the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency, so that I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead, and free my mind from this uncertainty. Botanical
A
Magazine.
review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Yeah, in that same magazine. Photograph. This is with his son Albert. Father and I, Kew Gardens.
Father and I, Kew Gardens.
So we're done here. Let's see Albert's. No. I said Albert.
Albert's locker.
A ship model. A piece of paper lodged between books. A
Young
photograph.
Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University. Young Albert.
I don't think it's Mrs. White. We have no idea how she looks. Naval architecture. So he's interested in both.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction.
Yeah.
Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
But his father wants to put him in the garden all the time. A refusal letter. What's
A
this?
rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Ah, Royal Navy School of NCOs, Recruitment Centre, London. Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry examination, we are unable to invite you into the Royal Navy School. Your father, Mr. Montague, has expressed his intention to entrust to you the directorship of the Royal Band. Oh my God! He was qualified, but his father intervened and said no, and say, okay, we must honor the wishes of your father, so we're gonna revoke our invitation to you to join the Royal Navy. Because your father wants you to be the director of the Royal Botanical Garden Kew, and he has no intentions of doing so. It is clear that he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept all our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours very faithfully, GM Le Marchand, Director of the Royal Navy Training Center. Boo! His father was an asshole. Oops. So we're done with Albert. University book. The botanical section of the University of
A
Cambridge.
botany book.
Albert Dunn repeat year.
This student's book belongs to Albert.
So yeah, you have to repeat botany at Cambridge. He was wasting his time at uni. Oh, okay. Chemistry cupboard. Chemistry bottle.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
A phonograph.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Handle.
I don't hear anything.
But yeah, there's nothing here. Here's a cylinder. It says 821S.
I don't hear anything.
Martin Hamish's perception of the plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A
Yes.
study report by Martin Hamish.
And this one is labeled 245S.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
So yeah, this is proof that Miss White knew about the capabilities of the poisonous plant to, yeah, plant has a consciousness, plant can trigger chemical plant.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Kinda.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
This one has a microscope. It has a magnifying glass. It has a set of chemistry pipettes, beakers, not Erlenmeyer's. No, not beakers. Ellen Mayers and round vial. And potted plants. So I need to find another cylinder and bring it here to listen to it, it says. Okay. So that was the nursery, I believe. No, this is the nursery. So no, that was the office. There was a lab too. So this is the nursery. Okay, so this is where they keep young seedlings. Yeah, they keep it in a controlled environment and they make them grow, and when they're strong enough and big enough, they bring them outside. Okay. What do we have here?
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
Work desk. Let's see. There's an ink bottle. There's Martin Hamish's
A thesis written by Martin Hamish.
Handwritten. Glasses case.
A glasses case. It is empty.
Well, of
This
course.
area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Yeah, of course. He has an extra glasses case because right now his glasses are on his head. But yeah, that guy wrote an essay. Interesting. Boop. Okay. Poster. Exhibition of garden plants, April 1895, the University of Oxford Botanic Garden. This unique exhibition alone aims to educate the public about the development of expertise in horticulture and botanical arts. Example of transplants, adaptations in hostile lands organized by Martin Hamish. Horticulture expedition, the winner Martin Hamish. Okay. Plant Kingdom.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing. But it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens.
Yeah, it belongs to the University of Oxford.
This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Yeah, a blue ribbon. Window. No. Window.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
So if Hamish was at his desk, he would see what would happen here. Interesting, good to know. Diplomas. Certificate for Outstanding Botanical Research, Martin Hamish. Grower of the Year, Martin Hamish.
A master's degree diploma.
Yeah.
It belongs to Martin Hamish. An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
Exhibition of Rare Exotic Plants, Kew Gardens. So from the nursery... What's this? A bust. A bust of Don.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Montague. I call him Montague, of course. Montague, like the family in Hamlet. Not in Hamlet, in Romeo and Juliet. The Montague. Yeah, Montague Dunn. Oh, a piece of the statue is missing.
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is.
Yeah.
The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common.
So why would the bus be here? The bus used to be in the collection room. In the Colonial Collection Room. Oh, seeds.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Yeah, it's a bowl of seeds. What's this? Okay, I can unlock from that side. Boom, boom. So this is not the seed room. This is still an extension of the nursery. This is the seed room. And this is where Miss White is. Oh, there she is. She went
Look,
outside.
Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
Yeah, she's about to. Or not. There's a handle here. What's my object of interest? Why do they need to show this on the map? I've been to the reserve, I've been to the palm house, I've been to the nursery, I've been to the cloakroom and laboratory. Okay. So I need only to look at the seed house.
Open.
Hello, miss. You must be Margaret White, I presume.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Well, you tell me. Are you aware there's been a murder here? Okay, so let's see. Expensive perfume. For someone who's lacked money, she seems to be living large. Oh. She's living large because she has high-ranked friends. So her money is on appearance, and she has no money for research at school. What a dom! What a dom! Let's see the hands. Unmarried, she's not married. Pink marks, past malnutrition, pellagra. Poor family. Yeah, she's from a poor family. It's a nice fabric that she got here. Am I overlooking something? Yeah, she's not married. Theft of plant?
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh, yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh. So she's not aware of the murder, but she... Oh, yeah, there's been... I forgot, there's somebody stole exotic plants.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss. After the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Emptied colonial collection.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Relationship with the director?
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh, yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
The Divine Syndicate.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
So only the victim knew about the Divine Syndicate.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Or the victim knew, and it's the work of the Divine Syndicate. Because they did some message, oh, we're here to claim our sisters back. From the seed house, I can see windows, but not much. This is her work desk. No, this is Albert Dunn's desk.
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used.
Yeah, there's a picture of a ship and there's a navigation book. This is Albert Dunn's,
A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
University of London Material Botanical Chemistry Study Book. Albert Dunn, 3rd class, DF.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office.
Yep. And what about this? Huh? Why am I standing on the table? I don't want to. Window?
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the colonial collection room.
So we can... This leads to the path towards the colonial room, but if somebody used that door, we can see who came by here, but that's it. From Albert's decks, can I... Oh, there's ventilation. There's a fan right underneath Albert's desk.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
This is the reserve? No. This is the dry room. So yeah, one of the windows leads to the outside of the windows that serve as the dry tropics room. Poisoning? No. So I can talk about okay, so I can talk back with Hamish and Albert, and I have to go back home to know more about the Divine Syndicate.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Okay, so now I'm at the Water Lily. Plants from the east and the land of the rising sun. Oh, of course.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
This is the Palm House. Dreams of entering the Navy.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Oh. Albert's hopes.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Albert's humiliation versus Albert's ambition. Albert's motive. Albert has a motive to kill his father, Montague Dunn. Dunn has thwarted Albert's dream of joining the Royal Navy. By killing his father, Albert could have his revenge and eventually succeed in his father's place as the director of Kew Gardens. That's weak sauce, cause killing his father wouldn't bring him back to the Navy, and what would he do with the directorate of the Kew Gardens? That doesn't make any sense. Right now I'm just stacking facts and I cannot connect any dots.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Objection! I saw a photograph with your father.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
So he has a motive as well.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
No, it wasn't. We found a piece of fragment in another room.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
The new director... Hamish's anger. Hamish's motive. Martin Hamish has a motive. He believed that he and his father's lives have been ruined by Dunn, who had taken the credit for all their work. Hamish wished to take over the directorship of Kew Garden, but he knew that would be not possible with Dunn still alive. Yeah, he has his is a stronger motive, but let's see if White has something else. Nothing? Well, can I unlock anything else with the clues that I have? Nope. Nope. So, where to? The archives. Oh, let's check the archives for Margaret White. Miss Margaret White is a beautiful young lady who appears moderately wealthy. Nevertheless, her hands can be seen to be marked by tiny brown dots. They were caused by pellagra, a condition that emerged after a prolonged period of malnutrition. They reveal that her childhood was a poor and unhappy one. However, the signs of wealth that we see now clearly indicates a significant change in her life. I guess we're done here. I have no idea where to put what. So I guess we have to go back to our place to search about the Divine Syndicate, since this is where the investigation leads. Alright. June 14, 1889. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of the Godkin Trewon, situated on 48 Grosvenor Street, Carlton Road, protectors of plants and more particularly trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. The leaders of this organization are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that this investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organization, which has given as its goal the defense and protection of nature, and which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representative of the opposition party. Okay. So now we have an address.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
All right. Divine Syndicate.
This place is beautiful, Holmes.
Yeah.
Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
This guy is doing Tai Chi on top of a Zen garden. So yeah, this is very much like an Asian garden. There's a little pond, a little bridge, strong trees with strong roots. I can go underneath. There's a little pathway. There's a bell. Is that a temple? A little shrine. Was this a pot piece? A broken piece? Something hidden?
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Huh.
A fragment of a flower pot.
It fell here. One of the pieces flew all the way there, and something covers. More flower pots. This one looks fine. Garden Kew. Kew Garden Royal Botanical. Those were the pots, so they stole the plants.
The Kew Gardens symbol.
They stole the plants. And they planted here. Anything else? No. This is the same symbol.
Locked.
Well, of course it's locked. I don't want to end yet. A gong. I'm going to strike the gong to wake up the guy from his meditation. Boing. Ding dong. Can I come in? Hello, Mr. Guru.
Good day to you, sir. My name is
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
And he talks like Yoda.
The Green Grand Mystic. Himself.
Wow.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
All right, let's check. He has a dragon tattoo on his neck. What else? He has silk clothes with a golden dragon motif. Some pattern. Fingertip calluses. Yeah. Oh, what's inside of his palm? It looks like some sort of dry skin or some sort of eczema. A palm injury. Acid burn. Chemical practice.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic.
Glory
Only
to the
true
eukaryotic.
devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Okay.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Trewan.
Our God King's name is Trewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh, la. Good, good. I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
So do you know the Kew Gardens?
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
Oh boy.
None. Not worthy there.
Okay, so if they're not worthy of your acknowledgement, why do you have their... Why is the symbol of Kew Gardens on the pot?
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done?
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes.
No.
I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Okay, so
Well,
they
we
wanted...
will leave you to your meditation.
So they wanted the 3 Lido plants, which was the plants that from their gardens. But when they went to steal them back, they were not there, so they stole everything else. Okay. Deadly plants stolen? Missing deadly plants? No. Divine Syndicate thieves? Okay. So here... The sect stole everything. The Divine Syndicate stole all the plants from the exhibition, including the deadly species. They could have used them in order to murder Montague Dunn, or the Divine Syndicate stole all but the deadly plants. So... should I believe him or not? That is the question. Dun 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Oh, Matty Turbo just followed me. So that was probably before I started. Excellent, Matty Turbo. That must be from when I was at Flamey the Fox. All right. What's this email? Sorry. So one of my snack boxes that I used to order got some new interesting flavors from different countries. So we have Lay's, Cheetos, and beer flavored chips. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so I have no idea what which side I'm gonna take left. But before that, I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. So I'm gonna leave you with this meditating tunes. Be right back. Me revoilà. Désolé, j'ai pris. I took a little bit longer than expected. I went to make myself a quick sandwich. Okay. I'll leave this open until I have more proof where I could find what really happened. So, what have we found? We need to find the key. Oh no, we do have the key. Yeah, we have the key because we found the name of their god. Okay. There's a Westerner doing meditation in front of some sort of statue, like a tree one. There's some paper stapled on that tree. They appear to be nailed. Drug table.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
I'm taking it back.
This is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Yeah. They make coke with their sap. Hello there, sir. You're an adept?
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
Yeah, may the force be with you. Well, what do we have here? Do not touch. Don't mind if I do. This is Alismod gigantica. It's on the list.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
What? Ophthalmoleuphos petalius.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Let's see. What else can we open? This is a Dionia muscipula.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
And this is Adenium bonsai.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
No, that one is nothing of interest. We need to find the murder weapon. Cage with caterpillar. Okay, let's take some.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
All of them. Let's see. This felt like a man-eater. Oh, those are this is a man-eater as well. Dionaea muscipula.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
And this one, Rafflesia arnoldii.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Feels like I'm missing something. Oh, this one. Florem diabolica. This one.
These three plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
So they had that. They had it. So they were lying. They stole everything. The syndicate killed Don with theft and murder. Yeah, so if we ignore everything, but I don't think this is the solution. I need to find more clues. The syndicate killed Don. The divine syndicate planned the death of Montague Don. They have been involved in a dispute with Don over the stolen plants. Yeah? So bait the Green Mystic, lure the Green Grand Mystic to Scotland Yard. This is the only way to deal with a dangerous criminal who organized the exotic plan, theft, and murder of Montague Don in cold-blood revenge, or shelter the Green Mystic. Shelter the Green Grand Mystic in an asylum without notifying Scotland Yard. His opium addiction has affected his sanity, and he needs to be treated accordingly. I mean, I know he speaks nonsense, but basically that's what they speak nonsense, but usually that's what cult leaders do. So I'm pretty sure that he was sane of mind when he was blabbering about the heart doing shit. Anyway. Okay, so I got the 3 plants. I got some caterpillars. Am I done here? I think I'm done. Because I found the murder weapon. So let's see. Yeah, I can the Green Grand Mystic. The Green Grand Mystic is a strange character. He has a Chinese tattoo. There's a particular scar on the palm of his left hand. An injury that occurs if one uses unnecessary force with a chemical pipette. He has practiced chemistry, which required a Cartesian mindset. Yeah. Yeah. He has a Western chemistry background, so yeah. Are we going back to Kew Gardens? Anything else? No.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
So it goes there, and then there. It goes inside the Dry Tropics room.
Dry Tropics.
Then split here, then goes there, goes there. Then it goes up there, go to the other room. Goes into this room and goes over there. Goes to that room and then leaves outside. Let me check outside. Does not go into the reserve. Oh.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
So where does it go? Goes there. The nursery. Wait, yeah, it would go to the nursery. Yeah, it goes to the nursery. Goes to the nursery. Okay, goes here, all the way to that other room. Move, Watson. I said move, Watson, thank you. Okay. Then goes all the way there, all the way there. This is where it went.
Nursery. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Okay. So one connects to,
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
and this is Amish desk. Yeah, this connects to the nursery. So that's the Grand Lily garden, right? Wait. This is the reserve. This is the palm house. Yeah. But then where does it... It goes outside the palm house. But it doesn't directly connect. That's the issue. I went there, I check it connects here, connects here, connects here, connects here. So I went to the water lily. Okay, it stops here. But I need to check which of these connects to the colonial. Okay, so maybe I'll start for the colonial. So this is the colonial. Yeah. Have I been there? I think I have. Found nothing there. Yeah. Have I been there before? No, yeah. Nursery. This is Amish desk. Let me check what I got. I got the deadly plants, Dionea carnivorous, Carlina inebriare, and Florum diabolica. And they're lethal to humans. This is the nursery, but that room then must be something else. Yeah, the collector collection, the colony collection room is on the other side. Okay. So dry tropics. And this is the water lily. There's a pipe here of water. Okay, so this is where I wanted to go. The hose starts here. Yeah, because they needed to put water for that Louisiana specimen that grows in swamp. Everything has been stolen. So this is the collection room.
According to this, they have light.
No, this is the palm room. Watson, please. Back to dry tropics. This is where I was. God damn it, Watson! Please.
What should we do next, Holmes?
According to this.
Yeah, so this is the collection. This is where he died. Detergent was used here. Okay, so this goes over there and over there. So it connects, goes up, goes that way, go in a square formation, and then they leave this room to go there and out. So it does connect to the dry tropics. So yeah, this is what I wanted to know. So but if it's from outside,
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
feels like I'm overlooking something. I don't know what. Do I have to talk back to Miss White? I'm gonna go meet her at the seed garden.
Water lily green.
Water lily. Oh, I know what I'm missing. I have to go back home. Fetch Toby. I need to bring Toby here. Yeah, that's the missing clue. Come here, boy.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Okay. And now Watson is meditating. Stop that bullshit, sir.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Okay. It goes outside. Let's bother the nice man over there. Arf, arf, arf. A hidden place. Digging behind the bush.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
A hidden bottle.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
So, the killer used a caterpillar and some gold flakes and a chemical reaction. And that smell triggered the flower, which produced... So that bottle was probably put where the ventilation was. Let's see if my theory is correct. Let's go to the seed house. I want to talk to Miss White some more.
Kew Gardens is such an exciting place. Wouldn't you agree?
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
So Amish could have done it. Because he could have a first front view from... Yeah.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
What am I missing? Missing a handle. There's another symbol which is not from the syndicate. So I have to go back home anyway. Must do the analysis of the new stuff that I found, and there's probably a new culprit. Let's see. Pretty sure of the look. Why would they burn the picture frame? And the broom? And the door handle? Where's the dog? Toby, where are you? Why are you barking like that? Okay, if we're done, let's go back home. Okay, let's go do some research. Symbol. London Garden Supplies. Seymour's Garden, gardens, equipment, and supplies. We are a premium supplier for all your landscape, gardening, and timber requirement. Full range, supply, and delivery of sand, soil, mulches, pots, and anything else you may need. 3 Blurton Road, London.
Here it is.
Okay. So I got a new address. Let's do the unknown liquid.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis.
Okay, so pipette. And to the tube. And the other tube. Okay. So now we've separated the liquid from the gold flakes. So we're gonna put this in
a colorless, water-based liquid.
Okay.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
We're gonna taste.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
It's okay.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Vaporize? Oh, okay. Vaporize, as in put it in front of the Bunsen burner and boil it. Turn it into vapor. It makes some solid powder. Oh.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
Okay, so the pipette on the Wagner's reagent. And we're going to react it to the small... Oh, on the one with the liquid. It turns red.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination.
Okay.
This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Suspicious ingredients. Missing deadly plants. Poisoning. Okay, so what do we found? Set up the experiment. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants. Yes, I have everything. So let's make the experiments right away.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
Okay, so the liquid is fertilizer. I have the deadly plants. I have the caterpillars.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
What am I missing then?
My analysis.
What am I missing? I have the caterpillars. I have the deadly plants.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer
I need
and
more fertilizer.
food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
Why does the bottle of liquid doesn't work? Do I still have it with me? Maybe I need more fertilizer. Shit, okay. I need more fertilizer. Need more fertilizer.
A map of London and the surrounding...
So, find the plant who was used to kill Mr. Montague Dunn. Find out who killed Montague Dunn. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory in the caterpillars to perform the experiment with the deadly plants. I got the plants, but... yeah, I need fertilizer. So, does that mean I have to go back to Kew Gardens? Because I found the address of Seymour, but and the address, but they don't give me the option of actually going there. I wonder why. Do I need to talk to everyone else again?
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
A chemical laboratory, not mine, maybe theirs. Oh, wait. Which way was the laboratory? Over there?
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Oh, I cannot use that table. Oh, and we still need the missing cylinder for the phonograph. I don't have all the clues, but I have enough to draw one conclusion, which is the syndicate did it. But if it's not them, what then? They say I looked everywhere, but... yeah, the drops of liquid.
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around.
I take it back. The third game, the fifth case is the longest one, not the third one. Because there's a lot of clues that we can overlook. Somebody carried a bottle. Not him. Fertilizer! Can I take those? Can I take some of those? No? Bullshit. So this is where I found the hidden bottle. Is there anything else here?
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
What's this? Come on. Housekeeping task.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
Tidy the workshop of the large glass house. Wash the gloves and overalls. Note, you're only allowed to read the newspaper during your lunch break. Boo! Boo! Boo, I say! Boo! So many bags of fertilizer, yet I cannot take them.
Poor Mr. Montague Dunn. It is so awful.
Okay. No.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Someone performed an experiment in the laboratory at Kew Gardens where the reagent are related to the plant's upkeep. In addition, after the experiment, the reagent bottle was hidden in the bushes. This person did not want it to be discovered. Garden O'Haven, 3 Bloodthorn Road, gardening equipment of clay pots, accessory tools, etc. Berry chemistry flask, branded flower pots. I'm gonna backtrack. I'm gonna go everywhere to see what I've overlooked. I know it's rude to step on the Zen garden, but what choice do I have?
Follow my path, and better you will feel.
Yeah, I found your coke. Oh, I never
This
checked.
door is locked, but I can try to open it.
I overlooked that door. Okay, so... Oh. Okay, let's see what I overlooked. Plate for opium smoking.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
What's this? Opium balls?
A vast amount of opium.
But they're on the other side. Can I access this? Yeah, chemistry cupboard. Chemistry bottle.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
That was the only thing that I was missing. I had the fertilizer, I had the unknown element, who I presume was an alkaloid, but I needed more alkaloid. I needed where it was from. That was where it was.
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
So it is possible that I was right, even though I didn't found all the evidence. So probably they done it.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Yeah, this is more elaborate. Something is already burning. Yeah, Opium balls. Opium balls are those. They feel like they're fruit. They look like figs. Okay, so now I can make my experiment, but I still don't have the thing that I needed. Or maybe do I? Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back to my office.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
Okay, so let's take the caterpillar. Let's feed the caterpillar.
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism.
So this, on the Carlina nibrii, it threw away spikes. But it was the Dionaya who took the caterpillar from that plant.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
And this one? Yeah, they snatch it from them. Okay.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Okay.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Okay, and this one.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
Okay. Ah!
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Oh, okay. So I put the alkaloid on that plant over there. And then
it appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
But then I put the caterpillar on the Carlina nibrii, so that way it would shoot a spike. So if it hit the other plant when it's open.
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Okay, so we probably need to put this plant inactive.
This plant. I find the bait.
Oh, the pin!
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. My word. It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
So, okay, let's put back the pin. So, liquid on that flower.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
So if I give a caterpillar...
I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. No reaction.
So the prickling only works if it's open.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed.
Oh, I can move them. Oh, this is what I want to do. So if I put the caterpillar on this one, this cannot steal it.
This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I need to swap the plant, this one with this one. I douse this one with the alkaloid.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
So if I feed this one,
toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
Okay, now it's spores.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Okay. So, I found more stuff. Deadly precision, missing deadly plants. So yeah. Sex scheme. The Divine Syndicate left the plants at Kew Gardens in order to murder Montague Dunn at a later date. Someone stole the deadly plants before the Divine Syndicate were able to. I believe the sect was not involved. But the plants were found there. Maybe they were telling the truth? But if the sect is involved... Huh. Let's see how it goes. So my experiment is complete. So the murder weapon has to be those 3 plants altogether, because the prickly plant does not eat the caterpillars. The fly, the man-eater one does. But if it steals the plant from the other plant, the prickly one gets agitated and throws spines in all directions. And the other would be the where the third plant has been open, excited by the alkaloid. So yeah, let's go to Kew Gardens. One more question. Before Dunn's death.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
So now we're comparing alibis.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. These Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh, my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to compare the testimonies again, because I believe there's some contradictory info right now. And I need to pinpoint exactly who's lying.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
Okay.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
Okay.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
320.
Thank you, miss.
Okay, sometime later.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Determine the correct sequence of events based on detail you have gathered. Escaping the room. So, yeah. Inhaling the spores. Knocked out the vase. No, the bust. The plants weren't there. The plants were in the room, weren't they? There's no way the plants were in that room. The plants were where the... So everybody left.
First of all, I need to visit the Colonial Collection Room to see how those caterpillars dropped onto the deadly plants.
Oh. That's why they worked me back into the collection room. Nursery. From the nursery, yeah. Just want to double check something.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Oops. No, I'm correct. So they inhale the spores here, and then they escape the room. So yeah, they tried to force the room open.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder.
Yeah?
We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
Okay, so now we have to go back to the ventilation system.
First of all, I need to visit the Colonial Collection Room to see how those caterpillars dropped onto the deadly plants.
I overlooked something. The map. No.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
So the plants had to be soaked in alkaloid for them to open and react. And then the caterpillars fall on the on the grill. They were placed on the grill and they can only fall down. So where can I go from here? Yeah. Was there something else? Oh, that. Yes. Transmission. Transmission on. Transmission off.
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active.
Oh. Transmission off.
The engine has started.
Transmission.
The ventilation system is working. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Yeah, because this is Albert's office. So the other one is at the nursery. Yeah.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Okay, so what happened is Hamish saw that Dunn was inside the Colonial Collection Room. When he did that, he turned off the fan. The caterpillars who were already in the grid fell down because of the fan. They fell down on the plant and have triggered the reaction. So only he could have done it. Albert's vision, ventilation use, deadly precision. No. Albert's lack of experience. Albert is not very good at botany. It is doubtful that he could have learned how the plant might release a deadly spore. That is correct. And Albert has the biological knowledge to simulate deadly plants, but no. He sucks. So here I need White studies, deadly precision. White could have done it, but what's her motive? The knowledge Miss White acquired at the university might not be enough to guarantee the correct reaction of the deadly plants. Miss White at the maybe she does, maybe she does not. But yeah, she's still a student. So let's go with ventilation use, deadly precision. Yeah. Hamish opportunity. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to simulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood technicality of how to do this. So, along with Hamish's motive, the sect not involved, and the fact that Dunn was poisoned, Hamish is guilty. Martin Hamish could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the Divine Syndicate's plants and simulate them from his workplace, directly after he had locked Montague Dunn inside the Colonial Collection Room. Okay, so he stole them, he killed the guy, but then the Syndicate took the plants back after the murder? The theft? The theft was after the murder, right? Affect the arrest of Martin Hamish. So we have to arrest him. But that does not mean he's guilty. So he's a suspect.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
It's not over. It's not over. So let's go see the straw desk. Okay, now it's open.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Sometime later.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
The glass house. That's the reserve, right?
Holmes, my God!
It was Holmes!
Yes. We found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Somebody hung them in the tropics. Okay, so here's the body. Let's see.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
There's a letter. Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Don deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself from having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to have always fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so here and now. Farewell. I don't buy that suicide note one bit. What's on it by his feet? His soles are clean.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Oh, wait! We found footsteps that were inconsistent. Yeah, the club foot. Hamish acted alone. Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion of his foot club. Therefore, he should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the colonial room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? Ah. Talk to Lestrade. Discuss with Lestrade if the possible impact of new clues found on the body of. Okay, so I have to talk to Lestrade.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Absolutely.
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Yeah.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Yes. So that's what the map is for.
Let us analyze the facts and statements, so
Okay.
that we may recreate the events of that morning.
So, Martin Hamish and Montague Dunn went to meet Albert in the Seed House around 9:30. So at 9:30. Here. Here. It was around 20 minutes to 10 when Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. Hamish and Montague went to the backyard. After 10 minutes, Dunn recommenced his inspection, entered the dry tropic room. Hamish returned to the seed house. So this is where Montague entered the dry tropic and entered the seed house. Martin Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10. This one at 10. Dunn recommends Hamish return to the seed house. Hamish returned to the seed house at 50, like this. So Martin Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40. So where's the laboratory thing? At 10:40, Hamish. Miss White joined Hamish and Albert at the Walter Lee Lily at 10:40. Hamish ran to Albert as soon as he observed that Montague was unwell, which was around 10:30. Wait. Albert was in the sea house. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40, so she was in the laboratory. She saw Hamish and Albert in the water lily gray. Oh, Miss White joins. Okay. She saw Albert and Hamish in the water lily and joined them there. Hamish ran to Albert as soon as he observed that Montague was unwell, which was around 10:30. So Albert saw Hamish returning for visiting Miss White. Martin returns after talking. So let's say that he was poisoned around 10:30 or 10:40. Martin Hamish returns after talking with Miss White. So at 10 o'clock, okay, Martin returned to the sea house. This doesn't make sense. And this. So after Hamish, Albert saw Hamish returning from visiting Miss White. So Martin has a conversation with Miss White. Miss White was in the laboratory. Hamish. Albert was in the seed house the entire morning. He observed Hamish returning from visiting Miss White 10 minutes past 10. Like this. Doesn't make sense. Oh. He observed Amish returning from visiting Miss White 10 minutes past 10, so this must be it. 10 minutes past 10. Like this. Okay, this makes sense. He went to the seed house. No. So if they were at the laboratory, nobody was at the nursery. It's still that. It's that. Albert was in the seed house. Albert. At 10 past 10, he observed Amish returning from visiting Miss White. So this must be here. Because they saw, Albert saw Amish returning from visiting Miss White. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it was, I put it at 9:50 instead of 10:10. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay. So what is it this time? Still there. Return after talking with Miss White. Oh, so that must be here. Because there he's talking with Miss White. Miss White joined Amish and Albert at the Water Lily Grey House. But Albert was at the seed house the whole time. Why would he be at the Water Lily? Doesn't make sense. Okay, now the 10:10 blocks. So now Martin Amish had a conversation with Miss White at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40, okay, when she saw Amish and Albert in the Water Lily Grey House and joined them there. So what? What's at 10:20 then? Martin and Amish. Okay, so so says Miss White is talking with Martin at the laboratory. Okay, at 10 o'clock. Miss White was in the laboratory until 12:40 when she saw. Oh, so I was right. She joins them at 10:40, but then somebody must be at 10:20. But since he was at the seed house, it must be here. Okay. No. Albert was in the seed house the entire morning. He observed Amish after returning from visiting at 10 minutes past 10. Okay, so this was correct. No. This was correct. So this is wrong. Or not. Or maybe this.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
That would be Miss White. That would be Miss White. Hamish timeline, White's timeline, and Albert's timeline. Okay, so White at the time. Miss White at 20 minutes. It would have been enough to trap Montague Dunn. She could have locked the door and alerted Martin Hamish to activate the ventilation system. Yeah. Or she's not involved. Martin Hamish and Miss White are not accomplices. It's unlikely White would have the opportunity in 20 minutes would have not been enough to lock. No. This is enough. White at time. Albert and Hamish. Albert is not involved. Martin Hamish and Albert are not accomplices. It's unlikely Albert would have the opportunity at 10 minutes would have not been enough to lock the door to the Colonial Room. Albert was Martin at 10 minutes would have enough to follow and lock the door in order that Martin might activate the ventilation system. So White is the accomplice, or okay. So Margaret White was Martin's Hamish accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal station has been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. So condemn Miss White. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying an elaborate murder for moderate gain. She flirted with Dunn's son Albert and let her push Hamish to a suicide. She deserves the rope. Or Miss White is a desperate woman in debt, resigned to consorting with wealthy gentlemen when Dunn cast her aside. She killed him in desperation. Hamish tried to save her. She deserves a second chance. I don't know, man. She would have flirted with Albert. That's everything, right? Yeah, I don't have any more clues. Oh, let's say that it's her. But should we go with... So yeah, when they say Hamish tried to save her, it's like they're not mentioning her at all. Okay, let's try it then. Let's see how it goes.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Oh.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Hello there.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Really?
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
What's she doing?
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
She wants to drink the poison?
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Watson's gonna be behind her. What happens if I take another...
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Oh! Not fast enough. I barely had enough time.
This is tragic, Holmes.
No, let's try this again.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not. The poison has been fulgurating. Her heart stopped instantly, poor child.
Choose another ending. I'm gonna redo her, but this time I'm gonna try to save her. Because the reaction time was too fast. I have to grab the hand. White is the accomplice.
But how...
It is...
Okay, we can skip that. One step.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Two step.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No,
Okay.
it's too late.
Her hand is shaking. Ha!
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Okay, so let's see if I found all the clues and if she was truly the accomplice. Yes, she was. She was. Okay, so whether she dies from her own hand or not, it doesn't matter, I guess. She advanced her affection to Alvarez's son. She was the one who locked the door of the Colonial Collection room directly after Hamish released the caterpillar and then pushed Martin to his suicide only to cover herself. She got what she deserved. Okay. But the other ending would be absolution. Like she did that out of desperation. Are we gonna siding with her? Like, I wonder why we should. Okay, we're gonna accept this. Impartial. So, is this better than just? It feels like stronger than, you know, a Half Moon Walk. This is, so this would be the epilogue. The thing about the Merry Men.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat-head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men.
Wow.
You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Half Moon Street. Oh, let me check my mail first. So, sensation. Plants can be used for murder. An exotic method of murder, the arsenal of our present-day criminals may soon be refilled with poisonous plant. A young and beautiful woman, in collaboration with her colleague at Kew Gardens, planned the terrible murder of their director, Mr. Montague Dunn. Only one detective was capable of uncovering the truth behind the tragedy and was initially believed to be a simple heart attack. That detective's name is Sherlock Holmes. A heart attack? His heart was fine. Didn't you check the autopsy? Okay, so... Wait, we did not keep... No. We did not keep the murder weapon here. It's a poisonous, dangerous plant. Okay. For it to be lethal to human, to secrete the toxins and the toxins in the spore, it needs to be soaked in alkaloid and triggered with a pin. But still. No, something more stressful than a pin. Yeah, that's what they said. Something more stressful than a pin. But still. Okay. I'm distracted by an order. Alright. Oops. Yeah, I'm impartial somehow. I don't recall that mission at all. So probably because the last time I did this, I went full absolution. And probably I felt it was Mycroft who saw me, and then I was involved with the Merry Men. Anyway, let's go to Half Moon. Okay. Oh. Wait. Is it time? October update? No way! No way. It's done. It's ready. Oh my god. Okay, I'm explaining what's happening. Last year, I pledged to a Kickstarter event called the Monty Python Co-Curricular Medieval Reenactment Program using BackerKit. So basically, it's an RPG, more precisely a tabletop RPG. Kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, but they're not using the D20 systems. They're using all their die, all the other die, and then some. So basically, there's a D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D14, D16. I'm pretty sure there's a D18, but I'm not sure. And then there's a D30. So, they say that the physical copy was going to be late, but there was some progress. Like the first 3 chapters were complete, but they say it would be ready for this month of October, but they say there's going to be some delay. But right now they're saying that the PDF version is available, and I have access to that since I wanted both the PDF and the physical copy. So I'm going to receive the physical copy soon. So I'm like, yay. But I need to check, So once I'm done, so basically once I'm done with this game, I'm going to open this book and read it. Because I plan, if it's possible, to DM a game with my friends. And if they all agree, it's going to be in French or in English, depending on the players. And I'll be able to streaming on Twitch since all my friends are scattered, so it's going to be like a video conference. So when it comes to the die, they already have their own D4, D6, D8, D10, and D12. As for the 14, 16, 18, and 30, they can use a random a number randomizer on their app. So they can prepare one for 14 or 16 or 18 or 30 dice. And all I have to do is... So I can study the PDF right now, even though I don't have the die myself. But yeah, so this is a new email that just come out. And that was like, is that what I think it is? But yeah, I just have to click here and I can claim it right now. Yeah. I already got my Certificate of Future Achievement. It's on my cell phone. I could already download it on my PC. And here's the thing. Oh my god. It's happening. In 30 seconds, I'll be able to see it and review it. I'm so thrilled, guys. You have no idea how much it's thrilled, because this is one of those games when you do not need to have played Dungeons and Dragons at all, since it's not the same fighting mechanics. You have some skills, you have some jobs and all that, but if the only need you need to be good at is good at role playing, good at improv, and good at being silly. So if you so basically some actions can work if you think outside of the box with the tools that you have. Because sometimes you can win fight not by using swords. You can also use words or use your specific skills. Since so yeah, there are medieval things. You can play a peasant. Well, what power of a peasant have? They can create mob. They can create mob. Like they can riot just like that. And you know, it could be mortal for some night. Or you could be a bard, and let's say there's somebody who wants to say, okay, you owe us some money. You could use your bardic skills to confuse them, saying, "Oh, I cannot remember like how much that you owe me, or you're messing up with my calculations, so I have no idea how much that you owe me." And at some point, you can just grow tired and stuff like that. So we're at the place. So they say there's been a murder here.
Holmes, poor little Wiggins needs our help.
Yes. Ooh, that rings a bell. So, is this here? No. Not here. So it's that street over there. Half Moon Street. Here's a police officer. A body has been discovered! What's these tracks? There are mud tracks over there.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes. Is that you?
Hello, Constable.
Good evening. Constable...
Clitoris.
Constable Marrow.
Oh, close.
I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88.
Hey,
but then
Marrow,
this is
what's
nothing
up?
like that case.
I don't remember you.
With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Mara. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
The victims?
Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
Witnesses?
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement.
Oh.
And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
So those are the two witnesses. What's this? 20 sections. Tables. Oh, okay. So you can roll a d20 to see, okay, which tables are we talking about? Coffee table, dinner table, side table, bedside table, conference table, work table, cocktail table, operating table, multiplication table, card table, snooker table, picnic table, ping pong table, periodic table, veggie table, get it, veggie table, beer table, idea table, time table, constable, and the round table. Answer, yes, no, The primary challenge lies in addressing the non-normality of gravity, which leads to divergence and renders the theory non-predictive. One approach posed all the fundamental constituents of the universe are non-point-like particles, but rather one-dimensional extended objects called strings, which vibrates in different modes, yielding particles with varying properties, including their mass, charge, and spin. The interaction among these vibrating strings normally encompasses gravity, resulting in a consistent quantum theory of gravity. However, this necessitates the inclusion of additional spatial dimensions, often complicated to ensure mathematical consistency. Alternatively, one might posit that the gravitational field itself is quantized instead of introducing new entities like strings in its framework, like gravitational field, and described as a network of interwoven loops, and its dynamic are encoded to discrete structures known as spin networks. The quantization of the geometry of space-time as the Planck scale reveals a discrete and gradual structure which underpins the quantum behavior of gravity. Causal and dynamical triangulation, asymptotic safety, and the holographic principle that have been explored in the pursuit of a coherent quantum theory of gravity, but the employment of non-perturbative methods where normalization, group flow, and the correspondence between gravity in higher dimensional spaces and lower dimensional field theories, and thus far yielded fuck all. Or number 4, I should hope not. This is so hilarious. If I need a shop's name, I can roll it too. I can use a D72. I just have to roll a D72 to decide which... oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna have to put down the PDF. Because this is so hilarious.
So, Constable Marrow, I
I'm
should
only
be
on the first
delighted to
page
hear
and
your
I'm laughing my
testimony.
ass off.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
Okay.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the 2 victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the 2 dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by 2 police constables.
Shots.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
Fireworks?
What were the fireworks in honour of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Oh.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course.
Details and Half Moon.
Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
Okay, so I was here? No. Yeah. This is where I came from. So I wanted to explain... Move it, Watson. What's this game? There's a pole.
A fairly long pole with a forked end.
Okay. Okay, I need something to put on the pole later on. Okay, so let's examine that body first. Brian Viscotti, the ruffian. Shot to the stomach. Something on his hand. Let's check this head first.
Brian Viscotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
Yeah, his face is crisped. Let's check his hand.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant.
Well, the face could have told me also that was not instant. His sleeve were unbuttoned. What's in his pocket? Nothing. Let's check the wound.
The bullet penetrated his stomach. A dreadful wound.
Okay. Blood dripped all the way down his pants. Let's see what this hands have. Oh, there's a tattoo on his side, neck between his thumb and index.
A tattoo from Westgate Prison. The Cotty must have done some time there.
Okay. Interesting. Well, he wasn't well known. Let's see, what else? Body number 2, Kenneth Butler, the jeweler. Stocks object. A piece of wood.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
Piece from a cane, maybe. Or the pole.
This shard of wood is quite new.
Later, rats. Headshot? Head wound.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance.
So they both fired at the same time. He shot the guy's stomach and he shot him in the head. Open palm. A key in his left pocket.
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
Probably his own flat. Let me check the pole that I saw earlier.
A fairly long pole with a forked end.
So, yeah, this pole is not broken. So the piece of wood does not belong to it. So, hello, sir. You must be Ryan Turner.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes.
Yeah.
Are you that detective gentleman?
Yeah.
I've heard of you.
Thanks.
And, well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
So, let's see. He has a medal, clasp, balaclava, Crimean War, a war vet. Yeah. There's also Ukrainian colors on that medal as well. Missing button. Poor life. Of course. He lives in Whitechapel. What do you think? Looks quite fancy, but this guy is old. So let's see. Standing on one side, requires support, weak leg. He's limping. Yeah, he's leaning against the testimony.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Anyone else?
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
2 distinctive shots?
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow.
Different
it seemed to
calibers.
me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
After the escape?
Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
So where's his cane? I want to check if his cane is fine. Wiggins is there.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so Wiggins is nearby. So if I need him... Okay, so Dark Window, Turner's View. Conflicting statement. Mr. Turner stated that he remained at the window of his flat until the police arrived. However, this is in conflict with Marrow's statement, as the constable did not see anyone at the window. Yeah. Different shots, 2 victims. They don't, There's a contradiction in your statement, sir.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
Turner's contradiction?
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Yeah, he's limping.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
So, this is the window. Let's see, what can I get from... This is his bed. Fireplace. Pieces of wood. There's a fire and some ashes. A burnt piece of paper. What's this? Some pages stick. There's like 5 pages worth of stuff.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
Yeah.
The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
Yeah. Bookshelves.
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago.
And thrown into the fire. Here's a cane. Here's a walking stick. Well, what do you know? The end is broken. Let's attach the piece of wood. Ah, it fits.
Perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
Wow.
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
2 gunshots. Bang and bang. Kitchen table. What are you doing there, sir? Kitchen table. Sweepings. Shredded paper. Yeah, there's some pieces of shredded paper over there.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table.
Kitchen knife?
This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
Yeah, that's
This
a big
kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window.
Okay, I can see the two bodies. I can see Watson, but not... I cannot hear... I cannot go to the corner. I cannot see the end of the corner of the street, because I know there's an elbow here. Because Whitechapel is over there, Half Moon goes here, and then there, and then here. I can see Wiggins. I can see...
Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse.
I can see the constable.
The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
So, took something, approached the body, took something, broke the stick. So yeah. No, maybe I'm gonna reset. Oh, okay, I see all the actions here. So he got out of bed. He got out of bed. He took the stick. So he opened the window to see what was up. He looked down. He approached the body, took something from the victim and broke the stick there. Then when he came back, he cut whatever he took in bits of paper. No. Shit. Got out of bed. Look at the window. Went outside. Came back. Put the cane. Took something. Placed the broken stick. Then he shredded it. With the piece of paper. And then burn it. Let's see. He got out of bed. Dun, 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 dun. I can fast forward if I want, because he's limping. He went to open the window, see what was going on. So he went out, he went down, he went down. Yeah, he went down. When he went outside, took something from him, broke the cane while he was leaning, because it was between the cobblestone. Because he has to lean to get to that, and he put some pressure on the cane, so that dig him in between the cobblestones. And when he tried to leave, he couldn't leave, so he wedged the stick out, it broke, went back up, put the cane where it was, took a book from his shelf case, destroyed it, and put it in the fire.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
Oh, okay. I see what he did. He took a book who was thick enough and cut the inside so to hide the thing in the book and burn the scrap. So it doesn't matter what he so let's see all the books. Fat prints.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look.
So this is the last book that he touched. Moby Dick.
Well now, what a find. A precious jewel, concealed inside a book.
It's like two ram's head looking at each other. It's like some sort of copper wrist bracelet. It looks like one of those old Celtic ornaments.
A bracelet with a unique ram's head design. A distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts.
Hellenistic.
Probably of the Hellenistic era.
Yeah. I was close. Right here, wrong civilization. Alright, let's confront this asshole. Okay, the gig is up.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
You know, it took you 2 minutes.
I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I mean, I know you're a war vet, but your limp won't allow it.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
All right, I need the whole truth.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Yeah, like, I'm the first one you witnessed. Oh, it's you're Sherlock Holmes. Wait, I have a story for you. Listen to this. Blah, blah, blah.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, you can't.
Merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away.
You broke your cane.
That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
So yeah, we need to ask whose bracelet is it. Alright, so I guess we're done with this Potts. Hey Wiggins, you want a bracelet?
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he alright?
Oh, okay. This is where we need to go next.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Let's see witness number 2. High Class Thornton, shoe repairs, Half Moon Street. This is where I came from. Shit. Oh, wait. Yeah, florist. Hello, Polly Powell.
Mrs. Powell?
Polly
What
Powell?
do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Oh, we're not gonna make a psychological profile of her? Okay.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those.
Oh.
But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Let's talk about
Mrs.
the shots.
Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
They could have been blending in. So they were probably gunshot, but they were mixed in with the fireworks.
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
So investigate the crime scene and talk to all the witnesses. Oh. That made me leave. Okay, so I cannot go there. This will make me leave if I go there. So what's over there? My carriage. Dysentery at St. Adolphus Orphanage. That guy didn't saw any. Oh, wait, what was that?
Locked.
I can get inside this building? But why? Yeah, this is the corner of Great Alley and Half Moon. So Half Moon connects with... So I came from that side. Did I? Yes, I has. Yeah. This guy was on first. Okay. Gone Franklin Limited. Wholesale clothing. So if I go over there, send me to the map. Same here. Mirror.
This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
So are they saying that the mirrors evolve? Oh.
Locked. Locked. Locked.
Okay, let's go to Scotland Yard, talk to the suspect.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Okay. This is the first time I enter the office of Inspector Lestrade without any cutscenes or whatever. Oh, what's this? Oh. Watson is there. Shapes of nose. Yeah. So, who's the little fellow? Here's Layden. You're Layden Chapman?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Layton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Everything. So this is a true Cockney accent. All right, Mr. Holmes. All right, so he has a scar on his left cheek. Deep. Occasional fights. Grew up on the street. A black eye. Fights a lot. Recent beating. Resisted arrest. Hot-headed. Ah, okay. So yeah, it's true that he resisted arrest. So let's see, scarf. Fancy scarf, downtown fashion, cushy job, office clerk. And he went to jail also, Westgate tattoo. Past imprisonment, committed a crime. So okay, let's listen to your story, mate.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work, and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street.
Okay.
I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head, and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead, and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man.
Okay, let's talk about the third man.
Layton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No.
He looked like a man.
But perhaps... It's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Why
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
Yeah, did you know when
No,
the
Mr.
man?
Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
No, I have a feeling that you knew one of the victims, because you could have met them at Westgate.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Okay, so... Old acquaintance, latest statement. 2 victims, lootless. Personal motive. The violent crime committed in Half Moon Street by Leighton Chapman could have had a personal motif. A motive, sorry. Different shots. Common statement. No. Leighton statements with the comment, so imaginary man. The person whom Leighton Chapman described in his statements is a figment of his own imagination created to vindicate himself. No. You call that a clue? So what else do we have? Not that. Okay, so we have to go back home to search the golden bracelet. What's it from? That's the only thing to do next. Okay, so wait. I got the... So Ryan Turner is around 60 years of age. He is a veteran in the Crimean War, a fact of which he's very proud. His legs was most likely injured during his war and has been limping since then. Mr. Turner lives a poor life, like any other war vets. Sad. Leighton Chapman is in his 20s and is Wiggins' older brother. Growing up on the street and being a hot-headed lad, he committed a crime of which he served time in the Westgate prison, is currently detached from his past street life, and is probably working somewhere as an office clerk. Yeah. So this guy has a little bit more luck than Wiggins. Like, at least he's old enough to work. Okay, let's go home. So now the more that I looking at this case, the more I remember like that I've done this case before, but it's just been so long that I forgot all about it. Okay, so research. Not chemistry. Probably on Encyclopedia. Art and architecture? No. Economic science? No. Technology? Heck no. History? Greek history?
That is not the one I need.
No, okay. Medicine? Botany? No. So it must be, I'm gonna look under symbols then. Chemistry, poison toxin, wound injuries, criminalistic, martial arts, religious symbols?
That is not the one I need.
Rod of Asclepius?
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Early Relaya?
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Antique art of British Museum. These beautiful antique jewels represent a part of the Hellenistic treasure collection. Depict are the 5 heads of mountain rams upon a bracelet, necklace, and ring, each made of pure gold. So there are 5 ram's head, 2 facing each other on the bracelet, 2 facing apart on the necklace, and 1 on the ring. The 5 rams of Mytilene have been missing from the museum since 1885.
Here it is.
So it's a 10-year-old...
I need to continue my research in my archives.
Yeah, of course. Because now we need to know about the theft from 1885. Alright. Hellenistic treasure stolen. Treacherous theft. The Hellenistic treasure was stolen yesterday evening while being transported by cab on their way from the British Museum to the Glassford Fine Art Exhibition. Pawn shop owner Kenneth Butler contacted Scotland Yard that night and provided information regarding a gentleman who was attempted to sell him a collection of historical art at his pawn shop in Church Street. The police has since captured the described man, professional thief by the name of Vincent Foley, who has been in the process of escaping London via the port. He was recognized by the surviving driver of the cab as transported the collection of Hellenistic treasures. Vincent Foley refused to confess as to where the remainder of the treasure were hidden. He was eventually imprisoned. The lost treasure are still to be found.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Kenneth Butler's pawn shop? Okay, now the address just popped up on the map. Okay, so let's see. No Toby. Toby's sleeping. Oh no, he's on the chair right there. Hello, Toby.
Hello, Toby. All you need now is a shawl and a mock cap, and you could be Mrs. Hudson's younger sister.
Yeah. Okay, so now I interact with all the Toby with every case. So yeah, this is my trophy. So 9.4% of player earned this. So a lot of people overlook that. Now I look through the neighbor's eyeglass during all the cases. I probably had the trophy for that already, but yeah, I just won a trophy with Toby. Okay, so let's go to the pawn shop then. Pawn shop, do. Small map. Oh, it's on White Moon. What's this light? There's red light coming from that window for some reason. The Ballard's Pint. This is a bar. What you looking for, sir? Oh, Butler's Pawn Shop. Right there. Hey, wait. Okay. It's the same sprite as the sailor that I arm wrestled during case 1, but his build is different. He is wearing the same clothes, the same face, but different body. Funny! Oh, I can use his key. I can get in the pawn
Mr.
shop.
Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Yeah. Shells. Climbing equipment.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
A flare pistol.
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
Fireworks. One of the shot that he heard, one bullet, one of the shots that he heard was from the flare gun. Glasses, Birks, a drawer. Oh, the necklace.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
Okay. Hello, Kenneth. I remember you once told me about 3 pieces of golden jewelry with ram heads from ancient Greece. You still got them, right? Well, good news for you. I found a man loaded with money who's crazy about those jewels. He's ready to fork out a small fortune. I can arrange a meeting with his money bag for you. Hello, Tyler. How you doing? I'm doing great. This is the last chapter of this game. Basically, there's a double homicide, and there was a street urchin who is the brother of one of our contacts who's been in jail, and he's innocent, and we're trying to convince the police that it is true. So we found on one of the bodies the keys that can that can unlock this pawn shop, and I just realized that he received a letter from the other guy. I'll be waiting for you at the crossing of Great Alley and Half Moon Street on Sunday evening before the fireworks. So yeah, they had a meeting. So yeah, this is basically a backstreet deal that went wrong. Yeah, so this letter suggests that he owned the whole collection. That he had the ring, the necklace, and the bracelet. But he had the necklace at home. He had the bracelet on him, and the ring was nowhere to be found. So probably the guy took the ring, then he shot him, and then the neighbor saw the bracelet and tried to hit it before the police come, and then we found it. But this is interesting. What's this? An
It
accounting
looks
book.
as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
A ledger. Yeah. Oh, we don't pay attention to his ledger. It balanced. So let's see. Long lost art. Butler's jewels. No, 2 victims. Latent statement. Different shots. Common statement. 2 victims. Okay, 2 victims. Burglary motive. The search of the missing Hellenistic treasure could be the motive for the crime that was committed in Half Moon Street. Mr. Turner picked up the bracelet directly after the murder, but the ring is still missing. Personal motive. The violent crime committed in Half Moon Street by Lear Chapman could have a personal motive. No. I have a feeling that it's a burglary motive. Alright. Oh, I think there were more clues. Let's see. What else we have? Okay. We were done. That's all we found. So, what's next? Shelves, pieces of interest. So I gotta come back, find something, and I have to come back for the flare pistol. Anything else? So the other piece of interest should be over there. So the climbing equipment, for some reason.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
A bagpipe, teapot, clock, an urn, suitcase. Nothing hidden either. All right. Am I done here? Interrogate Leighton and examine his belongings. Oh, I forgot to check his belongings at Scotland Yard. I'm such an idiot. Alright, go back to Scotland Yard. I interrogated the suspect, but I didn't check for his stuff in the evidence room. So now I'm short of a lead. Okay, so that was the murder weapon.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon.
Webley. Huh. Yeah, it's a revolver.
It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
Can they be removed? Yeah, it was shot at least once. Fully loaded. It was only shot once. Not twice.
2 out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
This is contradictory because one of the witnesses said that one of the shots was louder than the other, but if they came from the same gun, doesn't make sense. Roll cigarettes?
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
Yeah. Apple. Watch.
A cheap watch. Bought with his own money, no doubt.
Yeah. Okay, so now a Leighton's revolver. Different shots. So yeah, no imaginary man. Turner could hear the contrast between 2 fired shots, as in fact 3 shots were made. At first, a single shot was fired, and then 2 guns fired simultaneously directly afterwards. Oh! The other shot was covered by the flare gun. Turner could hear the contrast between two fire shots as they were made from different points in Half Moon Street. I have a feeling that it's going to be a simultaneous shots. But that contradicts the imaginary man. Okay. Benefit of the doubt, I suppose? Because I don't believe this is a fact. The person whom Leighton Chapman described in his statement is a figment of his own imagination. Yeah, no. No. You know what? Fuck it. I'll stick with my simultaneous shot theory, and I'm gonna disprove that this was no imaginary man. Just right now I can't. So... are we gonna talk to Leighton again? Is this what I need to do? There was a possible crossfire between Kenneth and Brian Vercotti. Examine the dead bodies and perform a reenactment. Oh, okay. So yeah, if we're gonna reenact... if we're to reenact...
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Wow.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
Worthless? Why, I oughta... Okay, so select the gunman. Did he have a gun? He had a gun. But they both had a gun. He was shot in the head and he got shot in the stomach. Was there another gunman? Someone that could not be seen from that window.
A fairly long pole with a forked end.
Let's see here. He shot twice, so one of the bullet would be here.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
The pole.
This should be useful.
So, I'm looking for bullet holes.
Nothing interesting here.
Was I done?
Nothing interesting here.
Yeah. So that could not have been him. So there was a shot here, and the guy got shot in the gut here. Oh! There is a bullet impact.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Leighton's revolver, third shot. Long lost art. 2 victims. Double murder. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercordy were the victim of a double murder carried out by one person. No. More clues. Third shot, 2 victims. Crossfire. Kenneth Butler and Brian Vercordy both died of crossfire, with each of them holding a gun. One of the guns is now missing. This is what I think. It was a crossfire and firing position, simultaneous shot. No? This doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. More? Third shot and latent statements. Disappearing man. Layton Chapman's statement regarding the jacketed man who disappeared at Half Moon Street now seems reasonable, as the 3 shots at the crime scene prove the presence of a second gun that is now missing. Reenact Maro's pursuit with a lamp. This is what I've done. Oops. Common statement. Compelling evidence. The witness testimonies and the crime weapon clearly point to one possible culprit, Layton Chapman. No. Robbery. Layton Chapman committed a double murder at Half Moon Street. His motive was the theft of ancient and valuable treasure, the last piece of the 5 rounds of Mytilene. The ring with the Haram head still remains lost. No! Layton Chapman may be young, but he's already a vicious murderer who committed this crime to obtain valuable jewels. He deserves life imprisonment. No! Despite committing murder, Layton is a young, albeit foolish and imperceptible man. His younger brother remains will be left completely alone. Layton's sentence will be shortened. This is stupid. No imaginary man. Simultaneous shot. Crossfire. Burglary motive. I need to find the disappearing man, so I need to make this connect. So I'm looking for the third man. So talk to Constable Maro and find out if there's been possible to miss someone hiding in the shadows of Half Moon Street that's seen the crime. Yeah.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
So I'm gonna have to find a place to hide. Okay, so I'm playing as a constable.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Okay. Most obvious.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Yeah, I couldn't hide from the street and escape Constable Marrow. Unless he was Spider-Man! So, corners inside. Latent statement. Up the walls. If we can assume that there was one more person in Half Moon Street at the time of the crime, there was no way forward or back for his escape, only up. Let us reenact the actions, recreate the fireworks described by Layton, and attempt to climb the wall. Okay, so find the flare. Find the flare, gun, and climbing equipment. Yeah, they were at the pawn shop. Both of them were at the pawn shop. Okay, so I'm gonna need them now. Pawn shop. Nearby. Mountain equipment.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Yeah, there's a pike and nails to put on the boot. Flare gun.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Flare pistols and flares in good order. Ice axe and crampons. Essential equipment for mountain climbing. Yeah. So let's go back to Half Moon. Let's go back to Half Moon, baby. Toom-pa-toom-pa-toom.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
Why,
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
So the fireworks were over there.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Yeah. Just a black eye. So where were the fireworks? There's a mirror here.
Locked.
Guess I'm gonna have to ask the constable. Yeah.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Layton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Layton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Layton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin, then. Catch me if you can.
Catch me if you can. Okay, so let's see. They climb the wall here. They climb the wall here, or... they climb the wall here. There's nothing to hold on to. What's the first?
The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow.
Okay, so not this one. How about this one?
This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
With mountain equipment. Ah! Yes, of course. Mountain equipment. Flash. Mountain equipment. Yeah, disappear without a trace. R2. X. L2. X. R2.
I can barely see anything.
And this guy doesn't have any mountaineering experience. You can do it just with the equipment.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Okay. So we reproduced the way of escape of the culprit.
This is the back door of the building with the attic floor that you required, Mr. Holmes.
The attic floor. We need to find mountaineering gear. Glass shard. Yeah, the window has been broken.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
A jacket. Shabby fabric. Black threads.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope.
To the laboratory. Anything else?
Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Wall climber. Long lost art. Leighton's statement. Leighton's innocence. Compelling evidence. Leighton Chapman's statement regarding the mysterious jacketed man who participated in the shooting after was proven to be true. The witness testimony in the crime weapon can only point one possible culprit. No. Leighton is innocent. Gone Franklin Limited. Wholesale clothing. Yeah. So let's go back to Baker Street to analyze this piece of fabric.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
A bit of his mustache.
Fuss. One little hair.
Okay, so now I have a horsehair on the top and one of Watson's hair at the bottom. Yeah, it's bigger.
The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
The Hound of Baskerville! No. No, it's probably from a bear. Exotic animal hair. Wall clamor. Circus acrobat. The man who vanished from the crime scene at Half Moon could be a circus acrobat. He managed to scale a 30-foot high wall in a matter of seconds. A hair from a large exotic animal was found in his discarded jacket. Yep. And all my reds turned blue. Vanishing act. The person who was seen only by Leighton Chapman escaped the crime scene by climbing the wall. He was a skillful acrobat. The criminal took a gun from one of the dead bodies. Yep. So now we're gonna go back to Half Moon and go talk to Higgins. Because we need to find an acrobat.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Alright, enough with the child. Hey, Wiggins. I got a job for you. Wiggins?
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
The next morning, very early...
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
5.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
What's this flyer? An elephant? That was an elephant hair? Duval Brothers, greatest show on earth.
And this is a young Indian elephant. the highlight of the show.
On a tricycle.
Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Duval Brothers Circus. And now we don't have access to Half Moon because it's daytime. Besides, we found what we needed for here. We don't need to go back there. Same for the pawn shop.
Aye, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, you don't look like the type of artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
What can we do here? What can we found here?
You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost. You're a bit...
What can I do here?
You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost. You're a...
What's this? No?
You're a bit slow. You're a bit slow to... You're a bit...
What am I doing wrong? Oh! I need a disguise. A CD suit and a hat should work very well. Okay, so let's go back to Baker Street and change my outfit. They don't want to talk to detectives, they will only answer to applicants. Alright. Something that says Circus Freak. Bandit outfit. Farmer outfit. Bandit. Alright, let's look like a bandit. Okay, I'm gonna dress myself like one of those, whatchamacallit? Peaky Blinders. Bit of facial hair. Alright, now we look like a dastardly bandit. Yeah, we look like a bandit like that. We look stupid. Alright, this is perfect. Alright, let's go back to the Duval Circus.
Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion.
Okay. So no glasses.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Wow.
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Oh, thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Alright, let's go.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley.
Foley.
And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Okay.
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
Okay. Can I examine anywhere here? No, eh? So this must be, yeah, this must be where I need to go.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. Now what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
What?
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I
Who
want
is
to be
this
paid
guy?
first.
He looks like a man in black.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer.
Like your shady pig
as I
internet
said.
agency.
Right?
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
So this guy has the Jason Cole face. This is probably Charles Foley. Printing press. Rise up. And keep rising from lambs into lions.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting.
The Merry Man.
From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people.
The Merry Man.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day.
Unicycle. Another printing press? Oh, it's the same. There's a chest. So yeah, basically they're a circus. They try to disguise themselves. Or maybe there's the Merry Men who disguise themselves as circus performers. Say they need somebody. Oh, I need a new stage show. I need somebody to pick the locks. That probably wasn't the marquee. This looks like something. I see pumpkins inside of a cage underneath this wagon. Is Is it for an animal? Too small to be for an elephant. What was that? Is this accessible as well? No. I think we're gonna contact our brother Mycroft for this one. Am I done here? I need to get acquainted with Charles Foley, but where did he go? Where did he go?
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Curtains, maybe? They went over there. No. Where did they go? Where did they go? Oh, what's this? Barrels! They were staring right in front of me. What do they have? There's a crack.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. This wooden barrel.
Paint?
There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure.
I cannot see a leftover paint. That guy notices that from such a tiny... Oh. Oh.
Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
Wow. All these are barrels?
The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
Okay, let's see here. Golden earring. A bandana. Complex key. Protected safe. There's wounded right arm. Bloody bandages. Recent trauma. Armed. Bulldog revolver. Cutthroat. Open vein. So yeah, he's garroted. What was this? Wait, who's that? Hey, it's the ram ring. One of the 5 rams of stolen antiques. And he has a Westgate tattoo. Tape finger, agility practice, acrobat. We have our man. He also has a tattoo on his finger. I think he went to Westgate as well. Foley's revolver. No. Antique ring. Lost Ark. No? Revolver and antique ring. Man in jacket, Charles Furley wears an antique ring, the last missing piece of the 5 rams of Mytilene. And also revolver retained under his belt is proof that Charles Furley is a mysterious jacketed man who nimbly escaped the crime scene at Half Moon Street. Yes. So we're gonna have to unlock this for him. So let's see here. Looks basic. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
A jail thief? Yeah, he was in prison. Yeah, I heard of you from a partner in prison. From Westgate.
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Notting Hill Manor. We're doing this? Find and examine the secret lock at Notting Hill Manor. Alright, alright. So, Charles Foley, member and the leader of the Duval Brothers Circus. He is a skillful acrobat who actively practices his craft. Foley is a superstitious man, armed and dangerous, as a penchant for wearing jewelry. No shit. He has a safe key tied around his neck. So this is the last person of the character portraits. So yeah, this is everything here. Yeah. So let's go to Notting Hill.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures.
But he's got the ring. The necklace is at the pawn shop. And I already got the bracelet. So what more could it be? What more
This
could
lock
there
is
be?
quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
So they go together, like that. Okay. Almost. Almost. Okay.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
Bookcase.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
Ah, here's a safe.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Okay. Not quite. What if... This is okay. What if... Or this one? No. No. Let's see. No. Has to be here. Like this. Then I have to adjust the rest. So this one and this ones are correct, so I need to adjust this. Yeah. Yeah. Where does it fit? Where does it swear? Here. Maybe not. Close. Like this. There you go.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it.
This is where the key...
I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out.
Yeah, so this safe needs
Let us check
two
for
keys, and
thieves'
we have
possible
one,
escape
so that's why they
routes
need us
in the
to
event that
unlock
they
the
are
first
caught
part.
off guard by the police from the front door.
Okay. So what kind of trap can we set? So let's McAllister this house if we can.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Yeah.
This should be useful.
Let's take this chair. Can block the kitchen door with a chair.
The door is now blocked.
So this is my exit. So I'm gonna leave from there.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
Okay. So let's see.
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it.
So they cannot enter. Oh, examine the chandelier.
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached.
There's a mace. There's a big sledgehammer.
I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful.
So the chandelier was unhinged? I need an item for the chandelier. Carpet?
Oh, that's a lovely old carpet.
Okay.
The door is now blocked.
Okay, so they can't escape from the kitchen. So they have to go all the way here. They can't go to the front door because the police are going to be here. So they're going to escape through the window. Cupboard.
This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
I see. So now, yeah, they're gonna have to go through that door. They have to. This door is blocked. But they can slam it open. I have to take the sledgehammer. Oh, I have to take the sledgehammer. Yeah, because they're gonna break it open. Why can't I pick the hammer? It's blocked. Oh, I see. It's gonna stall them. Because if we leave at the same time, both of them, the guy already leaves, Well, the guy just struggling against the blocked door. Okay, I see. If we leave at the same time. So let's see the second floor.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
Yes. Let's see. Table. Bead necklace.
This should be useful.
Okay. A lot of chairs, a lot of frames, antlers. Stove.
This should be useful.
Okay, I got a rope. Attach the rope to the chandelier. The hammer on the rope? Then what? Hang the chandelier.
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
Okay, let's see what happens.
If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
Ah! Okay, so this is trap number 1. So how do we tie? So we need to tie the window on the second floor. Wait, what's that? Examine the top stairs. Break the bead necklace. The whole marble
One
trick.
step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I
Yeah.
should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Yeah.
Any
He's gonna
thief
fall down
who
the
finds
stairs.
his way upstairs will roll down very quickly.
So the only way out would be that door over there. What was this? Was this the hatch?
There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
We're gonna put the carpet on top. Yes, let's put the carpet. Let's put the carpet. Let's put the carpet. Where's the carpet? Come on. Carpet. Yoink.
This should be useful.
Yes, yes, yes. They'll try to reach for that exit. They'll step on the hold and go, woo!
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Alright, so...
Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Alright, this is perfect. This is perfect. We set up a trap for 3 burglars, but there's gonna be 2 of them. Billy and Charles. But there's a third guy.
Police! Police!
Yeah, one of them is linked upstairs. The other by they're all caught. This guy tripped. This guy fell into the attic. And the guy got knocked down.
Stop where you are!
He got knocked down by a chandelier.
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson. with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
Yes.
How'd you know about that?
Mycroft!
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well.
Yeah, I caught the merry men.
So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
No, we're not better than the coppers. We're Sherlock fucking Holmes. Thank you for the key, sir. Wow, wow, wow.
Holmes, that is incredible.
The
Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
An helmet, a sword,
Nothing but
a shield.
trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Precious safe, long lost art. Hidden art. The antique discovered inside the hidden safe of the abandoned manor at Notting Hill represent the collection of the Hellenistic treasure that was stolen in 1885 and considered to be lost. Foley's vengeance, of course. Charles Foley organized the theft of the Hellenistic treasure, which was related to the double murder of Half Moon Street. Leighton Chapman was a witness of the crime. Charles Foley will be imprisoned for organizing a grand theft. Since he is not directly guilty of murder, his sentence will be shortened. No. Charles Foley organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge with the added theft of ancient valuable treasure. He deserves the rope. Alright, so no more clues? Yeah. I believe that will close the case right there. The man in the jacket, that was him. He had some elephant skin on his jacket for some reason. Vanishing act, blah blah blah. Yeah, alright, let's condemn this guy. Let's condemn this guy.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, the other guy.
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have.
They're
here.
the real merry men.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already.
Yep.
We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men.
Nice
We are going
speech.
to blow up the London Stock Exchange.
Wow.
No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles, they shall all be
So
destroyed.
this is basically
They're only
Bane
papers,
attacking
after
Wall
all.
Street.
So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
And the song is an explosion of the London Stock Exchange? Nah. We're gonna throw the cigarette and blow all this to Kingdom Come!
When people fight the Order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
Woo! We blew up the circus. And we solved the crime at Half Moon Street.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Yeah, Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky.
lately. It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding.
Yeah, it's Dostoevsky. I
Yes,
understand.
Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently.
Yep.
There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart.
Yeah.
Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
This is where I draw
And
the
the
line.
Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Yeah.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself.
Ha.
Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
The what?
Holmes, The lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
The what? Okay, so now we have Folly's Vengeance, Condemn Folly. Yeah, all the 18 clues are found, and it was correct. We choose to condemn Folly, so we're going to accept the decision, and this is going to be the denouement. So Charles Folly organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge for his elder brother. It took 2 human lives and almost resulted in life in prison for an innocent man. In fact, his band was hired by the merry men who planned the revolution in London. In addition, he organized the theft of ancient and valuable treasure that rightfully belonged to the British Museum. He deserves the rope! But I don't believe that the treasure are going to be saved or belong in the British Museum. The Law Protector personality ranking. Perfect. All right. So there's no final scenes? Who's that? Oh, this is Lady Shows, who got beaten up. Yeah. Then there's his husband who's about to beat her up. This is a reenactment of all the crimes. Interesting. I don't recall seeing that at all. Then there's the murder at the excavation site. Blackhorn killing. And then there's the lady at the case 1. There was a fisherman who attacked her husband. This is nice. This is like the perfect ending. When you have the perfect ending, you get a special cutscene. This ending, because I don't recall that when I finished the game for the first time, it happened like that. I like this. And the guy who watched the murder at the window. Rocking chair. So who was this guy? Oh, the garden. Scalpel. Yeah, the guy, the train tracks. The Mexican took revenge on the Chilean. They drowned the Chilean. They broke a dam to drive the Chilean inside of a train. Yeah, we did absolve we didn't see the fisherman because we absolved him. I remember. Yeah, we absolved him. That's why he wasn't there. Interesting. Nice. Alright, so those are the credits. And a little bit of overtime, but I started a little bit late. I forgot about the whole 6 case. So that's why, like, in my mind, I would have ended earlier.